When people die, they just go away. If there's any place a soul would go, it's in your memories. People you remember are with you forever. No use for the past.
What is up, dudes? Welcome back to Lost Odyssey, the story of the quest for a boat. But the boat was not the final goal. We needed, in fact, a bigger boat. And that boat needed some magic, otherwise the boat wouldn't be able to boat. We've been successfully reunited with the rest of the party. And now with the Nautilus, we have a brand new ship to which we need a new upgrade to the magic engine to get through the hypercurrents to get to where Gongora is. So we're now exploring a rather frustrating set of ruins in order to find magic pebbles to power the magic engine itself and get everything and everyone a bit up to snuff with skill leveling and such. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Gypsy, Loin, Boogaloo, Steve, how are you guys doing? Didn't get the chance to watch yesterday's VODs, but it'll have to do. Yeah, it's I think we spent most of it just kind of concluding disc 3 and starting disc 4. Just exploring, finding some stuff to actually upgrade everybody. Let's see. Okay, so we have 2 immortals in this party. Wait, okay, so I learned persistence, but I can learn level 5, right? Yes, but someone else has that equipped. I think it's her. Oh no, she has level 6 black magic. Now we have 2 slots. Let's see what we can do with the linked skill here. Mostly been looking at Book and Mac, but this might actually be a good one. How are the boats? Very boat-like. How are you doing, Gaskin? They are sailing smoothly. Oh, I just realized that set skills aren't inherited until they are set. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually. I'm gonna to give everybody persistence. And then it might be a good idea to give Cook the level 6. Wait, do I have accessories that allow me to just learn black magic? No, it's always black and white magic as a singular. So I'll have to teach that to Ming as well eventually, but with the split up, it might be better to go with this as is. Just gonna save this configuration real quick, and then we're gonna continue our exploration of this ruin. It's a bit frustrating here because you do have a lot of obstacles to go through, and with tracking, wow. The one that I got didn't get any tracking. So yeah, I ordered we've been working on trying to get Fourth Fist to work, and luckily thanks to Gypsy's 360 we're able to actually play this. But the backup copy that arrived during the stream yesterday didn't work either. And now Gypsy has ordered another backup copy that is being shipped to me to exchange with the Lost Odyssey that we got yesterday. It has been a very cursed run. It has been extremely cursed. So now, how should we go from here? We go here, move that plate there, but then that would screw that up. And going the other way wouldn't work either. Looks like every path leads to a dead end. But there's got to be some way. Let's split up again. Oh crap, I didn't configure everything, did I? Oh well. At least we now have a strategy to deal with this situation to an extent. But also, this is very important. Because now I actually have the high damage output skills. And here comes the next. It does take care of one of the bigger problems with this fight though, which is really good. Let's just continue to attack. And considering that I now can round twice during this, it should at least alleviate some of the problems with this. Like, this is a fight that it really starts to kind of whittle you down a little bit, and the damage output wasn't as optimal. Also, is the game a little bit overpowering right now, or is it just me? Bum, bum, bum. A tiny bit? Yeah, I figured I put it at the wrong volume. I think this was the correct line. I made a note of this. I've been recording before this, so my volumes are kind of off. I'm slowly working my way through spy fiction again. It has been a lot of spy fiction, though. I'm starting to feel the burn a little bit. I am still enjoying it, but it definitely feels like a bit of work to get through the game again and get all the footage that I want to have. It's kind of like I'm enjoying the process, but I'm also kind of... How do I say this? aware that I've been playing a lot of spy fiction. Hey, there's the MP convert. But considering we're with this party right now, last time we entered here, by the way, Sarah was level 35 and didn't have all these skills set up. Let's just make sure that we can at least make the most out of this and get all the extra bits and pieces. Same here. Seth is the only thing that is kind of scary of this. Yeah, I think if I was working only on the video, I would have been really frustrated. See, I want to give her the level 6, but I know that I can't. Let's anti-seal that just in case. Yeah, I think that's everybody good. Last time I couldn't figure out what I needed to do here, so I had to go back because I ran out of healing items. Let's see how far we can get the other group before I stumble against the blockade.
Not too smart, eh?
Okay. Oh, it's just the money, dudes. Well, for that, we have gun. And for everything else, we have gun. Ooh, nice guard. Nice guard. Way to go, Tolton. Still love that animation. I actually kind of wonder what the magic differential is between the two. Like, they both do the same amount of damage, but then you look at oh, hey, more gold. Nice. But then you look at, like, the damage that Sarah does on certain enemies, and it just kind of makes you wonder.
That seemed like a needless battle.
I feel like I've been teaching Ming all the placeholder spells. Let's see. Magic attack 221. General attack is around the same, so that explains magic attack 609. Yeah, that explains they have the exact same magical attack. It's pretty much Kylo Ren if it was a Disney prince. I read that as Disney princess, and it made sense. That's how far we've come. Let's see. And then looking at Kaim, strength 683, 493. So Kaim is definitely the exception here in terms of raw power. And then you look at Sarah, and without like major improvements, she is already at 644. And then Cook is at 609, which is the same magical attack that the others have.
I'm always ready.
That makes me kind of curious, though, what the optimal party is for this. He's in the background, isn't he? Yeah. Shit. Oh, right. We didn't have to heal because Totem blocked everything last time around. This should do quite a lot of damage. That's fine. That is also fine. Oh, he was dead a lot quicker than I thought it would be. Nice. It's over. Oh, right, I have coffee. That is good coffee. Yeah, here you go. And Seth just casually skyrocketing to level 37. I do like that overleveling in this game is not a thing. Like, you're limited to, like, if you... The max amount that you can earn is 100 experience points up to 100. Like, the level always starts at 0. So if you need 1 experience to level up and you get 50, you get 1 instead. It's something that I kind of like because it sort of throttles the amount of experience you get at once. At the same time, it also really helps with how do I say this? Just giving you a better sense of how much work you need to put in to get a character to the level that you want, rather than just sort of having to calculate it every time. Like, it's always 100, and it will always end up at 0 if you level up. And so you know exactly how much you need at any given time. It's a bit of a bummer if you need like 10 experience points so you level up, try to level up on a boss or something like that. Because you put a lot of effort in and it sort of just kind of evaporates a little bit. But for these type of sequences, you still get a balanced spread of experience for the rest of the party, as well as just leveling up the character that is behind. Because Seth is now rapidly catching up. Which is a very good thing. And previously I had to catch up Haim and Sarah as well, and I don't have to do that right now because we went back with the main party. It's amazing that that doesn't do a lot of damage as damage up though. But that does. Oh, we actually turned delayed. Interesting. Wait, where's the rest of that guard control coming from? Oh, wait, that thing is... frontline as well, apparently. I need to check this configuration next time. I think I just need to attack this guy. Yeah, he has so little HP left. And he's gone.
Well, what did you expect?
See? Again, it goes to 100, then goes to 0. It's really nice. Like, it's such a... It gives such an easy oversight as to how much you need for to progress, and it gives you an idea of how far you are behind. You don't get that thing where if you're leveling up constantly, you have to sit through every single level up, and that's kind of nice. I didn't think I would actually like that, to be honest. And it doesn't have the level 2 healing, so healing is mostly going to be Ming's job. Yeah, no overflow XP at all. So you're always just aware of what you're getting, if that makes sense. Never liked it? No overflow or overflow? There should be a few treasure chests here, though. There was a bit here where I kind of struggled to figure out what I needed to do. Not over here, but in one of the later puzzles, I need to drop one of these pillars somewhere. And I also need to find out where the gremlins are. Oh, yeah, in an MMO, it wouldn't work. In an MMO, it wouldn't work, but for a single-player RPG, I think it's a really nice way to kind of throttle over-leveling. Hey, Phil Fulton, how are you doing? Oh, right. Didn't turn red, so I need to take this to the other side. And boop. Let's see. Was there a skill unlock for set yet? Yes. Double item. That's actually quite a useful tool to heal up the party without healers. Just spam healing items. I have no idea what weapon dungeons are. Okay, so we got the double SB, special accessory, ultimate analysis. Might be useful. But yeah. So please, no speculations for things that I don't know about. I really feel like this is something that I should be able to topple over. That should immediately turn red. Right, so we did this part, and then got stuck a little later. The difficulty spikes are huge. Mostly the bosses I found with this. Like, the bosses are really the only thing I've found were really difficult, and usually they have like some form of mechanic to them to mitigate some of the things that make them difficult. And it's just a matter of figuring it out, but that is also kind of the hard part. Do I just need to pull this off? Yeah. Okay, and up you go. Oh, wait, I missed this. Getting cloister trials, PTSD. Yeah, a couple of people were mentioning Final Fantasy X as well. Also, if I sound a little bit off, I'm absolutely plagued by allergies today, so apologies if I sound a little bit tired, or fatigued, rather. Oh, he is frontline. Well, then we're taking him out first. That is Flame Beast. I didn't realize that he was frontline. Yeah, seasonal allergies have been, because of the drastic temperature shifts here, they have been really come and go. Like, I'd have days where I feel really, really good, and then also days where I just can't get out of bed at all. It's just really bad. Ba-da-bum. Yeah, this was the mass debuff, I think. I should check if I have all fall. Yeah, it's probably a combination of the two, just going from a standstill to completely reactivated. And then having the hay fever symptoms. This might kill? Yeah, there you go.
I wish I was stronger.
Hey, everybody is level 40 now, I think. Stand firm. But to supplement my fatigue, I have become one with the coffee bean, and I'm now processing pure caffeine instead of blood. I don't take any medications for hay fever. They tend to very drastically affect me mentally. I don't know why it is, but they do. Right, I think I missed the platform the last time around. I have no idea what that is. I know the first one, but not the latter. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, now this pillar makes sense. So the previous run, I couldn't find this thing. This platform that I'm standing on right now. and I got so whittled down, I guess, by enemies here, as well as the little rat thingy stealing all my items, including a actual weapon. But man, this Lost Odyssey has been completely giving Tales of Vesperia a run for its money on my favorite RPG on the system. That's my favorite RPG on the system, I should say. I'm really loving the way that the turn base is implemented in this, with casting times, attack speeds, and all that. Like, it may seem like a lot of mundane things, but it really adds a lot of strategy to like boss fights and stuff. And you're never over leveling either, so the game consistently remains a challenge. And I do like that. And the whole system between mortals and immortals makes that the whole party continuously has use throughout the game, because everybody offers something unique. And using that to your advantage is the best way to get through this game. Just hoarding everybody's skills and such. Oops.
Have I become stronger?
I liked Eternal Sonata. I haven't played it in a very long time, so I will probably bust out the PS3 at some point to actually play it. Would it be good to stray too far from everyone else? We'd better stay away from there until we are all together again. Yeah, the problem I had was that I was completely drained most of the time, so I stopped using it. Well, looks like you guys made it through okay. Let's get going then. I think the PS3 version of Eternal Sonata was the one that had all the content in it. Right? Like, there was a version of the game that had some content cut from it, and there was a version that was basically the complete edition of the game. We finally made it. Huh? We made it where? There's some nice treasures hidden at the top of this tower. Let's go get them. Okay, so now we're in the proper configuration again. I do feel like, no, it doesn't really matter if we add Cook or Ming. Sarah and Jensen are the most versatile right now. Like, Sarah's composite magic is just too strong. We don't have to learn that anymore because we do have all the other stuff, but wait, no. Jensen has 2 accessories. And you are going to start leeching Tolton for stuff like break, hit, weapon guard. The Throne of Sun. Oh, hang on. Oh, get me back. I don't trust that light. He does. Okay. There's nothing here. That is a magic pebble. They weren't kidding.
The magic stone! Cook, no! What?
Leave this to me. I'm an expert in zonology.
Good job, Jensen.
Idiot.
Oh, he's a bumbling amateur.
Jensen, don't touch that.
Don't touch it. Well, don't we need it? All right, let everyone be quiet. Let's see how a professional gets this job done. Quiet, please. Thank you. You can take notes if you want. All right. First hit. Where? Girls, no. We have to. Silence.
Ooh. Okay, that is a cool design. How big is that thing?
Oh, yeah! Let's get it on!
It rivals the Disc 3 boss in size. Good lord. Look at that thing. 15,000. Bypasses any... Yes. Okay, we need break hit for this. We're what are we looking at? 1T. Well, it's still a 1-turn spell, so that is black magic. I did all barricades, right? Hang on, I forgot. Oh no. Yeah, all barricades. I didn't. Oh, that is dumb. Wait, no, that doesn't matter. We have a character with double item, and so I can heal these relatively quickly. I'd figured they'd pull something like that. Shuffle? Oh. Oh, that is scary, actually. That is a scary thought. Let's start taking down the keystones. I'm gonna start early with this. I did buy a crap load of healing items for just this specific purpose. Now I just need to find them. Mana capsule. There you go. And I should be able to double item that. There you go. Now, isn't that nice? Spell. It doesn't really matter, doesn't it? You're not spelling anything. You're grabbing that angel ring, buddy.
Here! Here!
Here goes.
Yes. Okay. At least we're well protected now. Nice. It doesn't do much because they're hardened, but if we die here, I have something against it. The successive waves. Yeah, that was to be. That was very much to be expected. Grab that ring. Damn it. I mean, it is kind of problematic, but it's probably better to have Set do that, actually. What if we just break hit consistently? Because that seemed to... Oh man, that doesn't work. Okay, that's not good. I want to try to get that angel ring. At least we sort of have like an extra bit of cannon fodder. I feel really bad for saying that, but God, we're getting slowed down so much. Okay, that's better.
Beware my blade.
That did 700 damage, didn't it? Yeah, I think this guy is just gonna be on healing duty for a bit until we get the first one down, at the very least. Double item on Jensen. It's somehow even worse when you actually see the HP value and all that. I want that angel ring, damn it.
Here.
And a 1.
Here.
And a 2. And we're gonna get a successive waves, probably. Yeah, okay. Like, it only really worries me once we get to the, Oh, come on, get it! Damn it! So, what I'm trying to do here... Angel Ring. I have no idea, that's what I'm trying to find out. How are you doing, me Fox? And since Tolton has to break, I'm gonna have him do that, and... Kaim do the healing tank on Zed. Cast another Aquara. Wait, actually... Remind me to steal that staff. I'm gonna start stealing from him as well. Okay. 2 birds and 1 stone. That is fast. That quick cast is doing miracles right now. Also, I gotta be really careful not to kill him. And bind hit incoming. Okay, so this is, it's all about the shuffle in this. Turn delays and shuffles.
Beware my blade.
Come on. Wait, doesn't have anything? Oh, it's a dropped item. Oh, okay. Never mind. We can go all out and have a party. Can't steal the drops, sadly. Yeah, okay, that makes sense why it then said the, that's it for this guy. I just realized that's one of the two down. Wait, not? Nice. Well, the shuffle is not going to take any hold right now, isn't it? Because we're in formation fix. The counter deactivated. Oh, he probably has reflect then as well. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna get that one low. But I think he's gonna alter his moveset the second I start whittling down on him. I am playing on a Xbox 360. An Xbox 360. There it is. I figured the moveset would alter the second you introduce a variable in that. But once you get to one, that's gonna go. No, it's not. Wow. You know, it might not be a bad idea to heal self. Healing tank on set. Double item it. And where was the mana thing? Get that to Tolton for the break. And get you attacking this. Yeah, it's a dropped item, not a stolen item. Actually, let's switch it up a little bit. All barricades. And all shield. Finally made my Series X play SNES, GBA, PS1, and N64 emulators. I heard that it was really good for that. He's probably going to do successive waves quite more frequently. At least this should give me a little bit of reprieve from this. Skill, no. All barricades, go for it. And you, Aquara. I mean, you could. It's a great emulation tool, really, because it's basically just a glorified PC. The Series X especially. Well, not glorified, that's not the right word. Specialized is a better word. That's Sarah. Yeah, that's Sarah. I should be able to... I can't formation change myself. That's kind of the problem. Let's healing tank, time, double item, angel plume, Sarah. It's kind of a bummer that you're not capable of doing it sequentially. So what I thought I could do with this was with double item was use an angel plume and immediately Q to heal right after. Oh, I am not even remotely surprised anymore that Sony pulls stuff like that. If I have to be brutally honest.
Here!
Thanks for the help.
Sarah again. No, Tolton. Sweet. That's a weird thing to be happy about. But everything that has double item is really good. We only have one. I think the other character that has learned it is Seth now. So let's just keep having Zed do the same thing over and over again, which is just double item healing tank. Double item into a healing tank. Get Sarah back up. Let's see.
Here.
That's one back up.
Here.
A double item really breaks the sequence of healing in this. I quite like it. That's not going to be enough. Don't kill Sarah. Oh, thank you for hitting Jansen. And now that one is gone. Return magic. I knew he had reflect. I knew he had reflect, the cheeky fucker. I knew it. I'm actually quite curious to what they're gonna do now, what it's gonna do now. And this might take a while. 15k HP is a lot. Unless he is really susceptible to magic now, which we're gonna find out right now. Oh, that is much better. He's probably gonna do this every turn now. It was 800, that means that... Okay, we can survive this. It's kind of ridiculous to have Sarah on the front line during a boss fight like this. But as long as Zed doesn't die, we can easily get people back up with no major... Uh-oh. Okay, that does something. He double casts into... That is very nasty. Oh, we whittled away quite a bit already. Let's make Zed do Zed things. It was Kaim and it was Sarah that got hit the most during that. We never learned the wall upgrade, didn't we? Wait, did I? I forgot which one I selected first. Okay, look, Kaim first, Sarah second. Gotcha. No need to heal Sarah for 3,000. I also have a goddess medicine on me, so that's still pretty useful. Spell. Let's see if Clara does something different. We tried wind. I haven't tried a Quara on him. But I kind of figured after the stunt, he pulled the last boss pull with the auto reflect that this one would have it as well. The second I saw the. Oh no, that is not a problem. The fact that he can cast that as rapidly as he can is a major issue. I think we found a winner. I think this is just gonna be an item race at this point. Okay, Sarah Jansen. This is pretty much why I wanted to go back. Twister, I'm gonna have to ask you to read the tags, please. I think Flara is so far has the upper hand on this.
Here! Here!
That's Tolton down. Oh no, it's not! Okay, this sucks a little bit. I don't want to see Seth go down. It doesn't really matter, so I'm gonna take a turn to recuperate a little bit. Let Tolton heal himself. Double up on that, and I did Sed, and I'm gonna do Sarah on this. How are we looking? 4,000. He might have a desperation attack or two. Actually, do I have something that will cure? Wait. I do, but not for the entire party. What was it called again? And any status ailments. I don't know if that cures slow. Just go for it. I mean, we're nearing the end of the fight, so I should not... Let's see, how many turns do I still have? 180 is 9 turns left on Jansen before he runs out of MP. And 7 on Sarah. Okay, so Tolton has some chance of surviving this. Please do a successive waves on Kime. Why would you cast Fear on someone who doesn't auto attack? Oh my god. $2,600. We're being whittled down here to the last bits and pieces that hold this party together. So I'm gonna count on Zed to really pull through here with the healing tank. I'm gonna go heal Sarah. I'm gonna heal Jansen. Sarah, do your work, baby. Blow him up. Blow him up real good.
Here.
But this is why it breaks the breaks the turn sequence. Items usually come first, no matter if you're slowed down or not. Don't double that. Don't double that. For the love of God, don't double that. Oh, Jansen healed. Don't. Oh, that's sad. That's fine. That's fine. And you missed. You're dead. You're dead. Yes! I think. Come on. I don't think this is going to be enough. Oh, yes!
Never underestimate the royal house.
Yeah, there it is. Angel ring and angel feather. That 1K really scared the crap out of me. But luckily, Sarah had like a little bit more than that.
Watch out!
Guys, stop it!
Look at that. He did it all just to get the stone. You could learn from him.
I see.
He wanted to be brave, not downright suicidal.
Captain said, can I hold it?
I don't know. It's dangerous. It'll explode if you drop it.
A little dangerous. I mean, that thing could kill us all.
Yeah. Here, catch.
Got it.
Tolton, why didn't you catch it?
He said it was going to explode!
Oh, he's hopeless.
Give
me that.
You're welcome.
Enough fooling around.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about him. I don't think he was breastfed.
Well, you
Oh
get
my
kinda
God,
cranky when
Jensen,
you're 1,000
please.
years old.
Oh, can we seriously fly now? Is our submarine now becoming a absolute beast of a vehicle? Wait, is everybody okay? I can check. Can I surface, please? No? I'll find that in game. Be like that. All right, we were still on the in the lake. That explains a few things. Oh gosh, the frame drops. You can feel the game absolutely struggling during this segment.
Everybody grab onto something!
Mind your own business. Is this town really gonna make it? Hey, hey, hey!
Hell yeah, we made it through. I just saw that the Slant Nose wreckage is over there. Look at that. Okay, so you sort of turbocharge whenever you hit the hypercurrents. That is, that is mildly problematic. I wanted to see if there was something there. And also in regards to the agility thing, the boss had 2 ads on him that keep casting slow as long as you're in the fight. And so you're delayed until the absolute minimum by the time you get to the actual boss, but you need to take down the things, the 2 ads in order to actually hit the boss. Also, who can equip that? Severe earth damage inflicts massive damage on enemy kilolons, absorb enemy HP. And Jansen is just great. I am really liking his character so far. Let's see what's on the interior. And Twister, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We must stop Gongora quickly. It is our duty. You can see the helm pretty well from here. It's so fascinating watching how this ship is controlled. I can't help but stare a little. Fate is a strange thing. Imagine me traveling with all of you. Well, so far, you are not doing a great job of it, if I have to be honest. Yeah, it's now italics instead of colored, because apparently people were abusing it or something like that. I don't really get why they did that. Hey Rosetta, how's it going? I guess people have like the little bot notification when someone donates, and people were abusing that. I don't know. There it is. I called it at the start when we found this statue. I called it.
Whoa, what is that thing?
Arthrosaurus.
Wait, it's not doing the text-to-speech? Oh, wait, no, it's a... Rosetta, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Really appreciate it. Gonna get some Kevs in chat, please. And holy shit, a weapon indeed. If there's no text, there is no text-to-speech. That is true. Yeah, I'm not fully awake, my apologies. Thank you so much, Rosetta. Really appreciate it. Why is there a kaiju in my Lost Odyssey? Why wouldn't there be?
Wasn't that turned into stone?
In exchange for the stealing of your memories, right? It's a trap set by Gongora. He devised it so that Arthrosaurus would revive when my memories returned.
Set, land at New Morrow. Aye, aye.
This time, Ming, we're gonna help you protect your kingdom.
Before we do that, though, Look at that thing. Did I help someone finish Shadowbringers? Enjoy. I heard it was great.
Guess he doesn't know who he's fooling with, climbing on board like this.
Set the pirate!
Said stop the ship. We'll take him on right here. Aye, aye, sir.
Whoops.
Guess we have no choice.
Holy sh... Okay, beast type, element earth. I'm kind of worried because I didn't save on the last boss. How much? Nice. Okay, it is decent damage. That's 1500 gone. Heat breath. Worst case scenario, everyone's dead. Oh, we are so fucked. We have to do that fight again. I do hope I have enough for this. Earth. Wind. Why no save? Because I didn't expect to go into a boss fight immediately after. But yeah, we are fucked. Unless Seth manages to survive. How much damage? Maybe not. Please be scripted. That's fine. I had goddess medicine, right? Yeah. This is gonna be a very 50-50 situation.
Okay.
Like, Tolton is back up. He doesn't have the shielding anymore, though. Kaim is back up a decent amount, and Zed is back up a decent amount. That should put him under 7k. Ah, he keeps doing this. Whoa! I have an idea. I want to see if that makes a difference. I am a little bit worried though, but it's gonna be tricky. That's fine. Don't quite understand why you stopped doing that. Dragon Quest. That's what this music reminds me of. How far are we along? 5,000. And we should be able to do this. Unless he desperation attacks and this is scripted. Which I'm still kind of scared of. Okay, moment of truth. Does that block damage from that? Yes, it does. Not a whole lot, but it does. Which is the important part. What if... I'm literally holding the front line together right now, so... A sincere blessing for... Wait, let's see. Let's do Tolton first, Keim second. And Tolton first. Don't make the accidental mistake of clicking the wrong thing. I don't trust it. I really don't. Please attack one of the back rows. There we go. And there we go. Come on. Don't kill, don't kill. That was unexpected.
Thanks for the help.
That doesn't do much damage, buddy. Ooh, okay, this is for good luck. This is for good luck. Come on. Shoot her! Ooh. That was close.
Wasn't even near my level.
Say, is that big Hulk headed for the city? The revived Arthrosaurus pack will attack the city of Numara. Defeat them before they reach the city limits. The game is over if even a single Arthrosaurus reaches Numara. Approach any Arthrosaurus to begin battle. You must defeat each one as quickly as possible. If you have trouble defeating them quickly, try halting their advances by other means, such as putting them to sleep by using magic or rings. Sleeping Arthosauruses will stop moving for a while. Defeat them while they are sleeping. You can find treasures at the fish bed during this minigame. Try to pick them up as you battle the Arthosauruses. No. Oh, come on! Oh, I hate everything about this. This is terrible. Like, dreadful game design. Was beast type, right? Let's see if I can. Okay, Beast Killer is active. Bio Killer. Luckily, they're quite slow, but still. If we have to do this every time, it's going to be a nightmare.
Oh, give me a break.
Like, why is there suddenly a fucking pack as well? So it's basically kill them before they... Hello? They can't actually do anything. This is mental. Like, how are you expected to do this? On the plus side, we can whittle them down very slowly with this. Or we just die. Come on, game. Okay, that's fine. That's a lot of damage, by the way, from Kind. Ooh.
We must flee.
What do you mean this attempt to flee fails? That thing is asleep? Just leave. gonna take that one down first.
This does not look good!
It doesn't feel good at all. I have to say, like, these guys have the capability of just instantly obliterating a line. Like, they probably won't. But still. Okay, now we're gonna grab the only one that's active.
I'm out of here!
God, this is stressful. 19 healing tanks. I hope so. If he heat breaths, we're done for. But I do a lot of damage on kind now, so that should compensate a little bit. I'm keeping a very close eye on the minimap right now. And just a regular attack. How much still left? Might be able to finish it soon. Maybe 1 or 2 more turns. Deep breath? No. Regular attacks are fine. And I think I got the first one down. Oh, you put him to sleep. Very nice. That sleep is a good interrupt. That sleep is a really good interrupt. I have no idea what that was for, but thank you. I like that if you go to the actual trophy list or the achievement list, the achievements are in Japanese.
This does not.
Okay,
look good.
this one already has about minus 2,000. I think, yeah. Oh, nice. That is really good. I don't want to say that this is looking to be a lot easier because I am scared to jinx it. Yes. Okay. Perfect's knocked him out of the turn order. Oh, gee, perfect. Wait. Oh, they're different elements. Gotcha. Water was ground. Knock him out. Yes. This guy hasn't been able to attack at all, by the way. Just period. Bye. He got sleep. He got the sleep by Tolton's ring. Ooh, okay. But the next one is going to be a bit rougher to deal with. It does take quite a while for them to return from sleep, so I'm quite happy that we have something set up that works in this way. My problem is if he heat breaths, I'm gonna be really down in the dumps for that. Wind. Fire. Okay, he just attacks. That's fine. But yeah, we're tearing these guys to pieces. They should not have made this a minigame, though. That's terrifying. Right after a fight like that? Maybe? No. This could be problematic. Oh, that did not do nearly as much because he didn't kill the front end. Gotcha. Yeah, that's it for this guy. Nope, not risking it. Yeah, I know he's moving fast. I know he's moving fast. Come on. I should be able to take this one out. Or the next one, rather.
get out of here.
Don't waste too much time with the animations. Okay. Gotta make sure that everybody is full, though, every time we go into one of those fights. But I think this one is about 12k as well. That really helped, by the way.
Hey, take the initiative, I always say.
11k even. I'll be. Wait, what element are we dealing with? Fire, that is water. Ah, didn't sleep him. Don't kick the front line. Oh, Jesus. Nah, he's gonna do that twice in a row. He's gonna take out my caster line. Didn't sleep him. This is problematic. Yep. Very problematic. He's just gonna do it again, by the way.
That was close.
Hey, Sakradash, how are you doing? You did it 6 times in a row earlier.
Thanks for the help.
Told you fucking MVP! Ooh. This might be a death sentence. No, it's not. That's fine. Tolton was never a bad guy, he's just used. Oh, this was a good idea. We're gonna get another heat breath. No. Gun. Oh, man. Whew. I have no idea what that's for, but thanks a million, you God-blessed RNG. Because Jesus Christ. That was stupidly hard to not panic on. Let's grab some items real quick. Inflict a total of more than 1 million damage points. We've been at it. And this guy is dead as well, by the way. I left him at like 2,000 maybe? 3,000 at max?
He's taking the advantage!
It's like, I like that he enters the battle and he's just asleep. No, that's fire. If we get another wave with this, I'm going to be very upset. Look at this free turn. Just being absolutely free.
It's over.
Yes. Wait, what was that? How many bosses in a row? 6?
That was one hard-fought battle.
I'm sweating. My God. I'm gonna take a victory sip of coffee. And hey Artemis, how are you doing? And Krigit, how are you doing? All right. We defeated the Arthrosaurus. Sure did. Lucky for us, huh, Ming? Yes, thank you. Well, that takes care of that. Let's see what's going on back in Numara. Screw you, I am saving first. I'm going to the city of Saman to save. I don't trust you for shit anymore, game. A fine afternoon of dinosaur boxing. Wait, is it Liberation Day? Is it? Well, in that case, yes. Yes, I feel very liberated right now. There are a few things that we have to do in Numara, though. And the first step for that is... Wait. Did they open up the Crimson Forest? Yes! Ooh. That was a good fight, though. Okay, so there is a royal tablet here, and this is the last one that I remember, so I'm gonna have to hunt them down sooner or later. Not here, but it should be here. Yeah, it's 3 out of 7. Royal Knight's emblem. Oh, it's probably that he is the only one that can equip royal stuff. Take a note from Set. Let's see. Blackstaff. And this has the potential to give so many cool things with the right combinations. Yeah, see, the royal isn't on here. Let's get that max all the way up. Whoa. Just, whoa. Neutralizes enemy GC. Machine killer or magic killer, okay. That's pretty huge.
This does not look good!
What do you mean? I have a gun.
It's over!
For someone who's advertising himself as a great thief, they're often failing pretty miserably.
Oh, I'm getting too old for this.
But yeah, that's literally all I needed to do here. It's hard to find pockets on these monsters. It says steal, not pickpocket.
Come on, let's see what you got.
These guys are fucked. They're also really fast. This isn't a fight, this is murder.
It's over.
You're finished!
Oh, I'm getting too old for this.
The power blinked, oh boy. Oh, wait. Oh, we're gonna probably have a confrontation with Kakanas now. Watch him be stronger than the Arthrosaurus, or the pack of Arthrosaurus. Arthrosauri? Yes, okay. The Arthrosaurus had to be eliminated in order for us to get to the treasure. Reversa. That's spirit magic. Level 7. I want to see if we get something extra near the house now that we're like officially back in Numara. Maybe we can get something with Sarah. Picking a fight is a strange way of saying thank you for saving the city from a pack of hungry dinosaurs. You know how it is. And so this is Lyrim's house. Yep. Mom's, Dad's, Max, and my house. It's very nice. Lyrim must have been happy here. Yeah. I do appreciate that you do at least get a little bit there. I think I have a few seeds for him. Oh. I like that it gave us 2 items. Okay, who keeps lighting the fire back on? That's very irresponsible. I should be able to do the music box still if we can get back into town. I'm kind of curious to how the citizens are now going to respond now that the queen is back and that Kikanas is sort of no longer needed as a general. It's Ghost Mom. Ooh. Queen Ming really is something. Not just anyone could defeat that Arthrosaurus. Arthrosauri! 5 of them. Now the ghost town may finally recover. Queen Ming is back among us, so everything will be okay. How do they know? Like, we just arrived and everybody's like, oh yeah, the queen saved us. I heard that Queen Ming has returned. But I cannot serve her any longer. Oh, okay. Then you're free to leave? The White Boa is still being equipped with more weapons. What are they planning to do with this much firepower? And still, I guess we can't be too careful with all there's talk of war after all. If you want to pass by, just go. No need to talk to me. I can't be bothered. Those gun-wielding dogs buying my goods at less than the cost. Nolan credit too. I'm almost finished. Yeah, some of the atmospheric segments of this game are really good. Oh man. I can't believe I made it through that alive. That was nuts. Luckily, they gave the Arthrosauri, Sauruses. Is it Sauruses or Saurai? Chat. That kid didn't like General Kakanas' tanks very much, but he welcomed the queen back with open arms. I'm so glad that old man looks like he's feeling better. Oh, he was worried sick about that bridge. Wait, how do we even get in? Just from the road map? Just park the ship in the middle of town. Oh, we're actually doing it. Okay. Wikipedia suggests sore eye. An arthro sore eyes it is. Like, I get it. It's an arthropod, but dinosaur. I get it. Welcome back, my queen. Queen Ming is back. Pretty popular, aren't you? Why don't you say something to them? I apologize for being away so long. I'm glad to see you all of you well. I'm glad to see you too, Queen. Still so beautiful and so strong. I knew we could trust Queen Ming to defeat the Arthrosaurus. Umara is saved, and it's all thanks to you. Thank you so much, Queen Ming. I'm so happy your queen is back. Hopefully you'll put General Kakanas in his place. Kakanas, huh? Guess your absence must have turned him loose. Well, now what, Ming? Are you going back to the palace? Kakanas may have some kind of trap set up. No, I'll be alright. I have an important task to take care of. Can the thing on her hip just stop freaking out for a second? Give it a shot. That's the spirit. Which song would you like to try? ERGF. EDCR. I want Tolton to participate in the party. Informal Latin should never be plural. I got it. E R G F. That was a very Klonoa theme. I like it. What did we get for it? Congratulations, that was some superb playing. To commemorate this first performance, I'd like to give you this. Wait, what? What did I get? Oh no. It's still nothing for him. Let's try 5-person challenge. GFDCR. Let's have Mac join the party as well. G B A. G F D C R. That was some superb playing. All right, I'm not touching the controller. What am I getting? Wind charm. Oh, I might have gotten another charm. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Reduces wind element damage. Didn't I have one of these already? Oh, no. Wait, I only had the fire. Gotcha. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. 4 turns. Okay, that almost went wrong. Yes. And then Tolton comes into play and it's just this monstrous front line. It is Twinkle. I think it's the actual notes as well. Worst case scenario, they were acting out of order. There it is. Oh, what a video game. What did we get? Please let it be a weapon. Ooh. Just a modest upgrade. I mean, I reckon you can do a lot of the composing as well. It feels like the queen has grown stronger somehow. Maybe now she has the strength to suppress General Kakanas. The missing queen is finally back, alive and well. Time to celebrate. Not only did the queen come back, but she took down the Arthrosauri. Thank you very much. It was very stressful. I would like some credit where credit is due. Thank you very much. Taking out the Arthrosauri like that. Queen Ming really is something. I almost had a heart attack when the stone Arthrosaurus came back to life. It was Queen Ming who finished it off for good, right? But it does beg the question, though, if Queen Ming... Well, it's probably because she now has like a team of immortals rather than just fly solo. Hey, it was a difficult fight. It was also a difficult fart. And I feel like I should get some credit for that. You know that young'un sitting in a chair? He acts like he's some hotshot, but he hasn't won a single award yet. I'm not seeing anyone sitting in a chair, old man. Nobody's sitting down. Who's sitting down? Hello there. Have you been to my shop yet? I mean the place where I work, an inn's luxurious place. You're welcome anytime. Oh, but the soldiers have been breathing down his neck lately, so you need a password to enter the main showroom. Once the clerk stops you, tell him that you're here on Totemi's recommendation from the salon. And Totemis is the brother of the salon's owner, and he is one of our best customers. Don't forget the password. Love is the inspiration for my art, and isolation hones it to a fine edge. We need isolation. Yes, we do. I wonder if that woman actually understands what she's saying. Probably not. Beautiful things have inherent value in and of themselves. The beauty of the queen has that very value. I like how pretty much everyone in this town is just horn dogging on the queen. It's pretty great. Welcome to the famous Numara Salon. Feel free to bask in its shine, to artistic endeavor that I have created. The well-traveled and particularly welcome. To tell you the truth, I'm conducting research on the history of the Eastern Tribe through volunteers. Studying the past is a vital part of deepening one's understanding of the arts, and with that, I have a request of you. To advance our research, I'd like you to research for some ancient Eastern Tribe relics, stone tablets to be exact. I'd be happy to pay you for your efforts. The art world is counting on you. These exotic characters, these serpentine patterns, Eastern Tribe culture, right in my hands. Just one more and my research will be complete. I missed one fragment. That feels terrible. Oh, also as a little bit of an update for the people that haven't caught that yet. I'll be playing Nier Replicant after this, so if you don't want to get spoiled on the new Nier, I wholeheartedly understand. I'll have to make a pit stop at a different town if I want to make the best of that. I forgot how nice this place looks. Welcome and please enjoy your stay. I haven't seen you in a while. Please enjoy your stay. Well, for 150, I'm fine with it. So then, what now? I'm going back to the palace. Can't let you go there by yourself now, can we? We'll gladly make sure you get there safe and sound, right, Kaim? Of course. But first I'm gonna make a pit stop at my fridge, because I'm getting pretty hungry. I'm gonna be right back. I am back. My room smells like curry, and I am in heaven right now. Cats do tend to do that from time to time, just kind of up and vanish into the wall. Where did I get my last healing tanks, though? I think it was salmon. How smelling like curry is never a bad thing, no. Also, thank you guys just for hanging out in the stream and supporting the content. I really appreciate it. We have a lot of money now. We have a lot of money. Wait, can we get something from the auction we couldn't before? I wonder if that changes. Also, it does feel really weird to see like Gotza just being absolutely eradicated. And then we get to, oh wait, he has spells. Do you have, wait, no he doesn't. What am I talking about? It's auction time. Let's see. We are proud to bring you our next item, procured at great expense, soul medicine. This is not something very special. Let's see if there is something that pops up that might be unique to the auction itself. Oh, by the way, the embargo is lifted for Resident Evil 8, so if you want to remain spoiler-free. There we go. Keep going. I want to see what else this has to offer. Yes. Holy shit. Let's see how high this goes. Oh, it might be overbidden. Oh no. I'm paying way too much for this shit. But it's number 60, so I'm fine with it. Awakening bracelet. Let's see if they want to break 3,400. That's probably sleep prevention. Okay, I'm just gonna let this pass. We have quite a lot of those, if I remember correctly. Excuse me? That is learnable? You can just get 3 extra slots. Well, 2, because you do have to place it. Is anybody getting on Resident Evil Village, by the way? Anybody excited for that? Oops. I needed to be here. I'm really amazed at how well that game runs, as well as how smooth it feels on the PS4 Pro. I expected a lot worse, to be honest. Let's see if the wife is back, actually. Nope, still left. Oh. Well, let's save and go to tomorrow. I want to see what Hihachi Jr. has in store for us. Meanwhile, I'm munching on delicious curry. So the last time we were here, we were chased out of the town by Kakanas in the tank, and it was really freaking funny. Like, he was trying to genuinely be a threatening presence to everyone, but it just didn't work. This can't be happening. Where could my Moo have gone? My dog Moo went off somewhere all of a sudden and still hasn't come back. He probably got lost while he was out looking for food again. He's such a pig sometimes. I can usually find him around here, but not today. I doubt he's left town, though. Okay, so if we spot a dog in this town, return dog to sender. Coffee machine started misbehaving on me. That's not good. Alright, time to find dog and return dog. Ah, there he is. This must be the dog that kid in front of the palace was looking for. Oh hey, guess it's going back to its master by itself. Well, that was easy. I haven't really found any 1,000 Years of Dreams, but it might change with the kid. Capsules are really expensive, yeah. Thank you for finding Moo for me. Here, you can have this. Thanks again. Here, Moo. You say thanks too. Hey. Alright. And time to save and see what the general's up to. I kind of hope for a little bit of a showdown in the hall itself. That's gonna be really cool.
I speak with Her Majesty's voice.
Don't panic. Let's see how this plays out.
Welcome home, Your Majesty. Thank you all for bringing our queen home to us unharmed.
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
I don't trust him at all.
Huh? General, I have caused you concern. I ask that you look at me.
All of our people prayed for your safe return every day you were away from us. I am truly pleased.
Indeed.
You must be tired from your long journey. Please, rest and refresh yourself.
Wait, are we seriously storming our own palace right now?
worthless harlot! And you're angry? Ha! As if you had the right! At last, I have taken control of Numara and destroyed its weak pacifism!
You've destroyed your own house.
I shall never relinquish my hold on it. Ha! I think I'll see just how immortal our queen really is!
Very immortal.
Oh, do you see now? Numara is
Do you see, Zero?
belong to no one.
Your Majesty?
General, you are such a fool.
You planned this!
Those who cannot conquer their desires shall never be fit to lead. How pathetic you are.
What? I'll kill you all!
He tried last time. Now he's gonna bring 3 tanks, isn't he?
No, look out!
I don't want to say called it, but I called it. Let's try to yoink that away. It doesn't really matter, right? No. Hey, Henderson. How are you doing? Yeah, okay, we're dealing with a similar situation now. It shouldn't be too hard. Oh, okay, so now the tanks are powering that up. Gotcha. That is slightly problematic. I'm curious to see what he's got with this. Jesus Christ. That is mental. Like, this is actually mental. I might have to reset to get the right setup for this. I don't have mechanical. This is mechanical, right? Yeah, we won't survive 2 turns against this. There's just no way. Look at how little damage we do by comparison. Yep, that's it. I'm just gonna take the loss. Hey, Shinichi. How are you doing? You know, part of me wants to like this fight. Part of me says, like, hey, this is kind of a neat idea. And then there's the part of me that is just like, wait, this just really does not make any sense. Yeah, everybody has machine killer. What can I do to mitigate some of this? I want to try something real quick. I don't think this is going to work, but who has the larger MP pool? 520 versus 370. But from what I could tell as well, they just charged straight out of the out of 0 MP, so it doesn't make sense. Like, no matter what you do in this case, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't allow you to do the things you need to do, but now at least I have 4 items per turn from 2 characters. Let's just make sure that everybody... Okay, double SP... Actually make sure that we do have double item. Slot plus 3. Nice. And let's see. Didn't I have auto shield? Nope. Oh, I'm learning auto barrier. Gotcha. Let's see. But in terms of, like, the things that we could do with this, it's severely limited. I do need to give Seth something against machines. Oh. Something like that. This is nuts, though. This is absolutely mental. Did you see how much damage that was for a single turn? Losing all your MP, losing pretty much all your HP as well. But at least now we can whittle them away very slowly if we play our cards right. It's kind of stupid, though, to place this boss right after the Arthrosaurus. It just kind of makes it feel like Kakanas was just kind of like fine with his nation getting absolutely obliterated. It's just like, I want to rule over a country, but I'm also pretty okay. I'm also pretty okay with the fact that everything is going to get destroyed. Let's see. I wonder if this makes any difference. I lowered the HP pool so that it's no longer as...
Not too smart, eh?
Oh, that is a flaming sword. I like it. Nice. Nice. Let's see what happens. Okay, two of the characters that I didn't mind. Blessed perseverance. That's also why I've set it up this way. So that it doesn't really matter if they drain the MP fully.
Here! Here!
Like, Tolton is a grizzly bear now. He is so strong when it comes to HP values. Okay, so it can do the same thing, but it just does no damage. Gotcha. Now he's no longer a cat boy. Hey, Christopher, how you doing? Oh, if I managed it like this and they stop charging, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm fine. That's good to hear. This is where I brought these two along. Like, if we're not going to be dependent on this, I might as well take it as is, right? Oops. Yeah, this is a charge turn. Yep. There we go. Let's see if it worked. Persevere. Good man. It's probably better to do it like this. Wait, who did I heal? Oh, okay. Instead does healing tank on Kain because he heals more. Double item goddess medicine on Jansen. I don't want MP restored. That is the main issue. Okay. Oh, that wasn't a bright idea at all. I just realized. This might be it. That just wiped. There's nothing I can do against that. That just straight up wiped. Wow. This fight is terrible, to say the very least. I did go for the wrong tank though, so he can still keep charging the cannon. I wonder how this is gonna play out. Perseverance, baby. Fingers crossed. Ooh. Okay. We're not getting the full blast this turn.
Thanks.
So that's good.
I'm in your debt. Here!
This is very good. Let's see if we can survive this. That's Kaim down again. I'm playing a very risky game here. In theory, they shouldn't be able to do that thing anymore.
Here!
Okay, damage is manageable now. Like, it's still a lot of turns, of course, but... I just don't want to revive Jansen. This happens automatically, so that's fine. Really happy I went out of my way to buy a metric fuck ton of these items. Healing tank on Tolton, double item. Let's see, this should put at least the party at a lot lower risk than it was.
Here!
Yeah, they steal your MP to charge the cannon.
Here!
But I take about 800 damage over the 2000 that I got served. Like, this is super manageable, actually. Because I can now put Zed on healing duty and everybody can just keep attacking. If you play this game again, maybe? I'd rather not until we're finished, if possible. And also, you can drain your MP pool here, unfortunately. You just withdrew 100 and... You just made that part up. What the fuck? Okay, that is just really bad. That shouldn't have been possible, actually. Like, that really shouldn't have been possible. He withdrew 105 MP where there was none. We'll know if he does it again. How's it going, Wesley?
Here! Here!
I love Perseverance. It's so good. This makes more sense. Was always curious about this game. It's phenomenal. This boss fight is a bit silly though. It has some really unfortunate decisions to it. But anything other than that, it's been fantastic. All right. How far are we in? 1300. I'm gonna go a little bit of the extra mile here and I don't want to revive Jansen. The tank that I'm currently trying to destroy has a property that basically makes it so that you lose your MP, the tank gets charged, and it does a superpowered AoE. So I want my MP to be at 0 at all times during this.
Here! Here!
And how are you doing, Nikita? That doesn't do too much. I like that it says Party GC has been reduced, but we don't have Party GC. Well, that thing is dead. Time and Seth hits this. I first need to know what he's gonna do after this, though, because this might be a little bit of a tricky situation where he might actually just overtake. And it's gone.
Why must the interfering? I can make this nation stronger than pacifists and cowards like you! I am not finished yet! I will destroy you! Here!
Well, now he shouldn't be able to charge his thing anymore. How much damage do we do on that thing? Great job, Prince. Okay, it's a little bit more. So the damage now has been severely reduced, and I should be able to... Let's take care of that cannon first. Oh, I haven't stolen that yet. Finally think of starting Final Fantasy X 2. Nice. Ooh, that is a good amount of damage. Get it? Aww. I mean, you get it as a drop, so it doesn't really matter. I wanted to see if I could get 2. Healing tank on Seth. Of course, double item. Why would you not double item once you have double item? Ooh, nice. Get it? Wait, the cannon doesn't have anything? Was it the bottom that has the rifle on it then? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. We're messing up the cannon first. Let's see, Toltenham said. The double item is really saving the day during this fight. I don't know how I would have managed without. How are we doing on that? 900? Really hope Jensen had a really nice nap. Nice. Don't miss. Nice. Okay, so he only has tank hit now. Which means that he is pretty much a non-threat, as is. I am gonna heal Kaim and Jansen though. But yeah, it is kind of strange to see a tank approach and you not go to the side. You'd think that would be instinctual at the very least. Get it? Failed to steal. Oh well. Like, this is one of those fights that definitely starts out the hardest with the amount of things that you have to go through. And it's also kind of my fault because I did the cannon last. If I did the cannon first, the charge would have been the thing to look out for. Assert dominance against a tank. Just headbutt it. Show the tank who's boss. Nice. There you go. Now I wonder if that was my drop item as well. Let's see. I may have just secured my own drop. But yeah, this is definitely a fight that becomes a lot easier the more you whittle it down. Like, you see now that the compartments are broken as they are, that you sustain a lot less damage this way. Yeah, this should be it. Unless somebody misses. I'm looking at you, Tolton. Nice.
Your Majesty, haven't you seen the state of the world? With pacifism as our only policy, we will never be perceived as equal to other nations. In truth, the day is coming soon when we will be forced to capitulate.
Yes, I realized after seeing the world that sometimes power is needed. But General, the power you seek is power only for yourself. That is why it is weak.
That was one hard-fought battle.
How does it turn? I reckon that everybody on the inside leans very hard to one of the sides to slowly tilt it, I guess. Incomplete defense, auto barrier, slot +3.
Your Majesty!
Maya.
Oh, you're safe! I'm so sorry we failed to anticipate Kakana's scheme.
What do you mean anticipate? He
It's not
basically
your
just
fault.
said it out
I
loud
was
multiple
too lenient
times.
with him by far. I afforded him the opportunity to run unchecked, and for that, the responsibility is mine.
Don't blame yourself.
He's right. I mean, that general is twisted.
And yet, even he too is another of Gongora's many victims.
Yeah, he does really well by himself.
Your Majesty, may I know the names of your companions?
Oh, yes. Oh, excuse me. I haven't introduced you. These are my loyal ladies-in-waiting. Maya here is my chief lady-in-waiting.
Greetings and welcome to Numara. We are honored.
Maya, these people have become my dear friends and should be treated with the greatest courtesy. We are all working for a common goal, and we have an urgent mission to complete.
A mission? And what of Numara, Your Majesty? Your Majesty?
Until I carry out this mission, I shall have to be away from my people. During that time, I shall entrust Numara to the care of my ladies.
To us, Your Majesty?
Please do as I would. As you have been closest to me, I believe you are capable of what I ask. I shall return as swiftly as possible.
Yes, my queen. While Your Majesty is away, we shall protect Numara. We shall not fail.
Oh boy. A dream has been revealed. That has been a while since we had one of these. The Queen's loneliness. 1,000 years can change everything, including the landscape. Queen Ming surveys her capital from the palace window. The panoramic view is like a great history book. The volcano towering in the distance, which used to spew clouds of smoke when dormant 700 years ago. 400, 500. Once part of the sea, the inlet was reclaimed 500 years ago, and to become a village for the fisher folk who spent their lives on the ocean. The river once arched grandly across the landscape, but the deluge that occurred 300 years ago became the occasion for major flood control construction in the form of a perfectly straight channel. Where the river used to curve, there is now an oxbow lake in which reeds grow in profusion, and the banks provide the people with rich natural bounty. Even the area that formerly was a barren, rock-strewn wasteland became a vast fruit-bearing garden thanks to the irrigation project that was undertaken 200 years ago. The mountain that was the center of the people's religious faith was enveloped in sky-scorching flames 100 years ago. Formerly swathed in a thick green covering and seen as the home of the gods, the towering peak was transformed into a bare rock pile by a forest fire that burned for 3 days and nights. Almost everything that lived in the forest, birds and beasts of course, but many people too, died in the flames. The people in the village below mourned the horrible transformation of their god's abode, but now, 100 years later, the mountain is as green as ever. The people of the village and the people of the mountain still tell the story of the fire, but today's children can hardly imagine that the rich green slopes were once charred and blackened. Restored though it is to its original green lushness, of course the mountain could well be enveloped in flames again, 100 years from now, 200 years from now, or even tomorrow. Even if it should be charred bare again, however, trees would sprout anew. The birds and beasts and insects chased away by the fire would return to their homes, and given enough time, the mountain would be covered in green as before. Such are the workings of nature. Given enough time, dizzying stretches of time. But no. To become dizzy at the thought of the vast stretches of time is a privilege of the ordinary folk. Those who have no choice but to devote all their energies to living in the present. How fortunate they are to be able to look back to the past of 1,000 years ago like an old man telling a child a fairy tale. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago. And how truly fortunate one would be to be able to tell the story of this country's future as a rosy dream, the way children relate their own dreams of the future with flashing eyes, and to entrust that dream to the next reign. Ming stands at the window like this every morning. It is a special time of day for her, when she thinks about the livelihood of her subjects, watches for signs of enemy intrusion, and ponders measures she might wish to adopt. She has done this every day without fail for the past 1,000 years. The country has flourished. The people no longer starve as they did when she first took the throne. Future historians will no doubt sing the praise of Ming's 1,000-year reign. She will be extolled as the 1,000-year-old queen, and her noble figure will be vividly engraved in people's memories. And cherishing these memories of her, however, people will die before she does. The historians who praise her too, instead of witnessing her reign to its end, will themselves become a part of history. Ming has been queen for the past 1,000 years, and probably will be for the next 1,000 years as well. Her Majesty is in excellent spirits again this morning, I trust. When she hears the voice behind her, her gaze still fixed on the streets of the city below, Ming answers, "You're early today." Not so early if Her Majesty herself is already observing the smoke rising from the cauldrons of her people. She need not turn to ascertain the identity of the smiling face behind her. It belongs to Nagram, her senior minister. The smile is courtly, genial, but deep within the narrowed eyes she knows there resides a dark gleam. "Today I will accompany Her Majesty in the inspection of the troops." "You?" "Yes, owing to a slight change in assignments today." "Is that so? I'm hardly up to the task, but I will do my best if Her Majesty will allow me to serve her in this capacity. I beg her permission." With her back still turned to Nagram, Ming gives a silent nod. "Ah yes," she thinks to herself with a bitter smile. Their plan goes into action today. Ming has sensed for a very long time that Nagram is up to no good. He apparently has seized command of certain units of the Royal Guard scattered throughout the city too. His people are laying low, ready to set fires as soon as his orders comes down. No doubt about it, today, when the regular ceremonial inspection of the troops is scheduled to take place, is the perfect day for a coup. When Agram leaves, Ming enters her office and summons Hannes, the most senior of her ministers. A true elder statesman and her most trusted confidant. Hannes, who sports a luxurious beard, has served Ming for over 40 years. Your Majesty, I understand Agram was here earlier? Yes, apparently he is to accompany me to the inspection of the troops. This is all she has to tell to him. He strokes his bushy beard. Hannes says, "That means they've run out of patience." "I know," replies Ming. "I'm sure they can't wait to get started." What a fool Agram is. He has absolutely no idea that Your Majesty has been letting him set his own trap. If he were smart enough to realize that, he would be taking at least 2 more years to make his preparations. Then he would have much more power at his disposal. He could link up not just with the Royal Guard, but also the main body of the army and the police force. He could conspire with external enemies and arrange them to invade just as the ceremonies were getting underway. Then his coup would probably succeed. If he had the long-range vision to include the wealthy merchants and his intelligentsia among his allies, he might even be able to mount a revolution that would overthrow the monarchy itself. That is what I would do if I were Agram. As long as I was undertaking a coup, I would think about that much at least. Hannes' smile could not hide the fact that all this talk of successful revolution was making him uncomfortable. Her Majesty is unmatched by an enemy except one, Her Majesty herself. He may be right, Ming thinks. If she had an enemy with an eternal life like hers, who was willing to devote all the time needed to planning a revolution, be it a whole century or even 2, the result would surely go beyond revolution and develop into a full-scale civil war. Human lives, however, are limited in duration. Because of this limitation, humans rush to achieve results before they are ready. Agram is one of them. If he could live 200 years, to say nothing of 1,000, he would not be trying to take up arms at such an in-between point of time. Still, says Hannes, I have to admit that Agram has extended his forces far more successfully than I've ever imagined. What have I been doing all this time? I'm utterly ashamed of myself. Don't let it bother you, Hannes. Thanks to your inattention, we will probably be able to smoke out many more rats. Ming gives a satisfied chuckle, nor is this mere bravado on her part. They chose not to arrest Agram at an earlier stage, but allowed him to swim free for a while in order to take this opportunity to net the entire force of rebels both inside and outside the palace. Yes, I know, Hannes replied, and goes on to explain the plan for crushing the coup. His plans are impeccable. The coup has virtually no chance of succeeding. All they need do is carry out a wholesale arrest of the rebel Royal Guard units that rise up in the palace and the partisans lurking in the city. And it will be some time before any more individuals with outsized ambitions show up again. This will be our first purge in 15 years, Hannes remarks. Hasn't been that long. It certainly has, Your Majesty. This fine beard of mine was jet black last time. Hannes commanded the troops that put down the coup 15 years ago. Loyal, courageous, and cool-headed, he is the ideal staff officer. Without a doubt, he is one of the very best military advisors Ming has had over 1,000 years on the throne. How selfish of me, Hannes. I should have let you retire years ago. As out of the question, Your Majesty. Serving you is my life. I am deeply honored to have this final opportunity to be of service. True. Not even this superb retainer could be with her through all eternity. In another 5 years, 10 at most, Hennis, like other loyal retainers of the past, would be laid to rest to the sound of military cannons. It is always like this. Just as the ambitious ones rush to make their mark because they cannot live forever, the loyal ones in whom she can place her complete confidence stake their very lives on serving her because they cannot live forever. They carve their names in a single line of history, and then they depart from Ming for the rest of eternity. Ming herself, though, goes on living. Eternal youth, immortality. And so this is the dream of humanity, is it? None of them knows the loneliness of eternal life. When Hannes next addresses Ming, there is a new urgency in his voice. About the troops that will quell the uprising, I will command the ones outside the palace. Do I have Her Majesty's permission to put command of the interior palace guards in the hands of my young protege, Jan? Ah, yes, Jan. He may be young, but he is extremely capable. I've nurtured him carefully. I know he will serve Her Majesty splendidly after this old soldier is gone. I would like to give him the opportunity to distinguish himself in the current emergency. Ming herself is fully aware of Jan's outstanding qualities. Young as he most certainly is, he far excels the other chamberlains in both the civil and military arts. He is undoubtedly the prime candidate to succeed Hannes as Ming's top general. What are Her Majesty's thoughts on the matter? Alright then, let him take charge. Her Majesty has my unbounded thanks. I am sure Jan himself will be deeply moved to learn that he has earned Her Majesty's confidence. Hannes all but prostrates himself before her, an expression of relief on his face at having obtained Ming's permission. But still, he continues, Her Majesty has been wary of Nagram for a very long time. True, she says. Meanwhile, this old soldier of yours had no idea whatever that Nagram might be planning a rebellion. I'm deeply ashamed to confess it now, but to me he seemed the very model of loyalty. How is it that Her Majesty was able to see Nagram's actual disloyalty? Ming only smiles without answering his question. The same thing happened at the time of the coup 15 years ago, Hannes continues. The only reason we were able to suppress the revolt before it even started was that Her Majesty saw it coming before anyone else. Then, as now, I was blind to the traitor's plot. If you say so, Hannes. Has Her Majesty forgotten? Well, it was so long ago. Ming tries to evade the issue. There's no way she could have forgotten. The ringleader of the coup 15 years ago was her most trusted retainer. When she first broached the subject to Hannes and the others, warning them to be on their guard against the man, all without exception insisted that he, above all, was beyond reproach. At the end, Ming's suspicion proved to be correct. She knew. However faithfully he carried out her orders, however warmly he swore his loyalty, she knew. These days, however, she has begun to wonder on occasion if that is something to be grateful for. The landscape is not the only thing that changes in 1,000 years. People's hearts also change. After numberless meetings and partings over the centuries, Ming has come to realize the fragility, the evanescence of trust. And she no longer trusts anything in words. Neither can she fully trust everything in action. And she knows by looking at a person's eyes, that way she can tell everything, and to a mysterious and disheartening degree. In the eyes of all those who will bring harm to this country, without exception, there resides a dark gleam. It is there in all of them, the man plotting a coup, the man secretly involved with foreign enemies, the man fattening his purse with heavy taxes wrung from the people, the female spy who seduces high ministers to extract state secrets, the man who accepts huge bribes from merchants eager for the glory of becoming an official purveyor to the royal household. Neither their words nor their deeds give them away. Often the man himself has no idea of the misdeeds he will later commit, but Ming can tell. Only Ming, who has lived for thousands and 1,000 years, the silent voices tell her, "Be careful of this man, don't take your eyes off that woman." This was not the case in her youth, but having repeatedly tasted the bitter experience of betrayal, having been assailed by her own regrets and self-reproach, and she has learned to doubt. Ming can see what no one else can, that dark gleam in the eyes. This has enabled her to ward off a variety of disasters before they could start. The kingdom has managed to flourish because Ming has more often chosen to doubt than to believe. This is the best course for her to follow as queen. It is, however, an infinitely lonely way to live. Nagram's coup collapses in an instant. The rebel troops of the Royal Guard who draw their swords against Ming, during the inspection of the troops in the plaza, become the prey of Yan and his men, who have been hiding around the perimeter. Meanwhile, the anti-rebel forces under Hannes' command pounds on Nagram's followers who have been gathering to set fire to the city, and arrest them without resistance. Poor Nagram grovels on the earth, begging for his life. And to him, Ming only says, "I grant you the right to die with honor." A soldier lays a sword before Nagram. Wordlessly, Ming conveys to Nagram that it is time for him to take his own life. She turns on her heels and returns to the palace under armed escort. This will keep anyone from having thoughts of fomenting a rebellion for a while at least. The peace of the kingdom has been preserved, but it will not last forever. When the memory of Nagram's coup begins to fade 10 years from now, or 20, or even 100, another man with ambition will emerge, as has happened so many times before. It is the role of the queen to accept this endlessly repeating cycle, Ming tells herself, sighing. Ming is standing at the palace window, surveying the city below, when Yan enters the room. "Your Majesty, I'm here to report that Nagram successfully took his own life a short while ago." "Oh, did he dispatch himself with dignity?" "He did. Traitor though he was, he died in a way befitting of a commanding general. Return his body to his family with all due ceremony." She turns and stares straight at Yan, whose spine stiffens under the onslaught of her gaze. And then she sees it, without a doubt. The dark gleam flashes deep within his eyes for one fleeting instant. "So Yan is another one, is he?" She thinks with a bitter smile. Unable to fathom the meaning of her smile, Yan is at a loss for words. "Thank you for all your efforts," Ming says to him. Suppressing a sigh, she turns to the window again. The sky stretches overhead in an expanse of blue. The only thing unchanged for the past 1,000 years may be the blue of that sky, but still, I am the queen, Ming tells herself, meditating on her role. I am the one who rules this country and maintains the people's happiness. And she gazes long and hard at the sky, rising to her full, proud height. Oh look, it's Queen Ming. The little boy in the alleyway below the castle spots Ming and begins waving at her wildly. Queen Ming! Queen Ming! A woman, the boy's mother no doubt, charges out of a doorway and, bowing humbly to Ming, begins scolding the boy for his rude behavior. Ming herself, however, waves back at him, a placid smile on her face. Smiling joyfully at this unexpected response from Her Majesty the Queen, the boy starts jumping up and down, shouting, Long live Queen Ming! Long live Queen Ming! Ming stares again at the sky above. Unchanged though it has been for 1,000 years, the blue of the sky penetrates more deeply into her eyes and her heart than it ever did in the days of her youth.
We should take the White Boa.
The White Boa?
If it's a ship you need, we have the Nautilus.
To get through the ice fields, we'll need a ship that can break the ice with its hull. And the White Boa can do that.
Well, it's true the Nautilus doesn't have as much strength. She'd probably be no match against the ice.
Is that the ship that we came in on at the start of the game?
No insult to the Nautilus. She has shown unmatched maneuverability. And we shall have need of her again. Please, lend us your help when we need it.
Yeah, sure. Leave it to me.
We should be able to berth the Nautilus inside the White Boa. That way we could use either ship when needed.
That's true. I shall go ahead of you to the harbor to give instructions for our departure.
Ming,
What is it?
will you go back? Not to our world, but to your country. You must choose at some point. A 1,000 years is a long time.
There are many important things to be done in this world.
As she looks at Jansen.
Kaim. What will you do?
Like, this part isn't really clear, and I feel like that's primarily because we missed out on a few of the 1,000 years. Like, it doesn't really give a whole lot of perspective on like Kaim's train of thought, or like why he has been adamant to returning to their own world. Heck, that the whole thing with them coming from another world is probably hidden in the 1,000 years, but like the story does a pretty decent job at sort of expositing enough to at least warrant it to be a story plot point, but at the same time it also sort of changes the characters in a way that you haven't witnessed within the game itself. So suddenly Kaim is now adamant to returning to his own world and all that. We don't have a plan against Gongora, so that is something that we also have to figure out. Like, what is Gongora up to? Like, really up to? How are we going to defeat him? And why is it that Kaim suddenly wants to return to his home world? I actually wonder what they are then, because the game sort of alludes at the idea that they are like consciousness trapped in a host rather than the actual characters we perceive. These are just the forms that they took as the characters as they sort of came to this world. And same with Gongora. It doesn't explain his hairstyle though, but it definitely gives you a better idea of like what they are. I'm just really confused by that. I feel like I missed a scene or two because like it just feels like they bomb dropped that as a story plot. Like you were hang on. Like you're supposed to have seen this optional bit of dialogue or optional story, if that makes sense. Also, that palace was busted before. Oh wait, it's still busted. Just noticed. Never mind, didn't say a thing. But that's the only thing so far that I find that the game is sort of again, boss designs here and there are a little bit iffy, if you ask me, but when it comes to this this game's narrative, at some points there are a few plot holes that I reckon a lot get filled in by the 1,000 Years of Dreams. There we go. A formulated, well-structured sentence. My mom's so slow. She really ought to stay home and take care of the housework instead. She's getting too old for this. I think it's sort of tied together because, especially in Kaim's case, he doesn't have his full memory yet. That's what the 1,000 years are for. But at the same time, he also uses the memories that we've attained in the 1,000 Years of Dreams as a plot point for the main game. And that's kind of what bothers me a little bit. Like, if you miss that, you miss out on why that transition has taken place. It's kind of like getting said without the context of Steph's story about having nearly killed her own son. Or having Anira kill her son, I think it was, and then she killed Anira. I guess still a good story, don't get me wrong, but it drops the ball a little bit when it comes to that. Okay, this time I don't have a piece of candy in my mouth. So I should be able to read it properly. I say, stumbling across every single sentence. Hey Victor, how's it going? Return of the Native. The mother stands by the island pier waiting for her son. Her luggage is bigger than she is. Dressed in her finest traveling clothes, she seems hardly able to contain her excitement as she speaks to Kaim, who happens to be waiting for the same boat to arrive. I got a letter from him, she says. Almost 30 years have passed since her only son left the island of his birth. There was no word from him in all that time, until he recently wrote announcing his successes and his plan to bring her to the mainland. I've been alone ever since I lost my husband, and so just to think I might be able to spend the rest of my life with my son, his wife, and my grandchildren. She sold the house she had always lived in, and has been waiting for her son to come for her. The letter arrived over a week ago. I wonder why it's taken him so long. The seas are calm. Kaim arrived here on yesterday's ferry. You mean he's late? Kaim asks with some surprise. Very, she replies, forcing a smile. Wonder what's wrong. Maybe he got busy all of a sudden and can't pull himself away from his work. He hasn't written again to explain. He's never bothered with things like that, not since he was a child, she said, straining to smile again, glancing towards the horizon. No bigger than a dot at first. The boat is now big enough for a clear view of the mast in silhouette. Anyhow, I'm not worried. I know he'll be on this boat, she says, raising herself from the dockside crate on which she was sitting and waving her handkerchief towards the approaching vessel. Kaim also stares hard at the boat, which gives his eyes a stern expression. Young man? At the sound of the mother's voice, Kaim hastens to soften his gaze before turning towards her. You're a traveler, aren't you? That's right, he says. I saw you arrive on yesterday's ferry. Are you leaving so soon? She's obviously curious about the stranger, but her face shows no wariness towards outsiders. Relieved to see this, Kaim replies. I'm doing the same thing you are, waiting for someone to arrive. On this boat? Yeah, probably. You haven't been in touch with the person? No, we haven't agreed on a time. I might be waiting for nothing too. Oh, really? Kaim evades further questioning with a strange smile. This is not something he can discuss with just anyone. He is on a secret mission, one that must not fail. The woman still wears a look of puzzlement, but their conversation is swallowed up in the general hubbub on shore accompanying the approach of the boat. At last, the ferry arrives. One by one, the passengers alight after their half-day trip from the capital on the mainland. Clutching the handkerchief to her breast, the mother scans each of them. There are peddlers who travel from island to island hawking their wares, and men who have come to do larger-scale trading, and sunburned young men and women who arrive from the mainland in groups to work on the island's farms, and men coming home to the island after a season of labor on the mainland. None of the dozens of passengers, however, is the woman's son. Once it has disgorged its island-bound passengers, the ferry takes on people crossing to the mainland. Greeters on the pier give way to well-wishers. The mother turns her back on the pier's hustle and bustle and plods her way toward the town. She hoists a heavy pack onto her back and lifts a large suitcase in each hand, but she has taken only a few steps when the pack begins to slide off. Kaim reaches out to keep it from falling. The woman turns with a look of surprise when she realizes that Kaim is alone. She asks, "So, your person didn't come either?" "Looks that way." With only one ferry a day from the mainland, all they can do is wait until tomorrow. "Are you going to stay on the island until your friend comes?" "Might have to. You could run up quite a hotel bill that way." "I'm alright. I'm used to camping out." "Camping out?" she exclaims with a look of amazement. Then she smiles and says, "Oh well, you're young and in good condition. A few days sleeping outdoors shouldn't be too hard for you." "What are you going to do, ma'am? Go back home?" "I wish I could. I sold my house last week. I was so sure my son would come get me right away." A hint of discouragement clouds her face, but she quickly recovers her smile and continues. "The money I got for the house is a nice little bundle, so I've decided to spend it freely for a change. See that large hotel over there? I'm staying there in their biggest room, and taking it easy all day and all night too. I'm disappointed when he doesn't show up, of course, but I've worked my fingers to the bone all these years. Won't hurt for me to indulge myself just a little bit." Though delivered with a smile, her words touch Kaim deeply. In her case, worked my fingers to the bone is not just a figure of speech, as evidenced by her sun-tanned face, which is so unsuited to the cosmetics she has applied to greet her son, and especially by her bony fingers, so ill-concealed by the cheap ring she is wearing. Hard as she undoubtedly worked, life has granted her few rewards. There's nothing expensive about her luggage. "I'm sure your son will be here tomorrow," Kaim says. Her deeply wrinkled face breaks into a joyous smile. "Yes, of course, tomorrow for sure," she says with a deep nod. "Hope the person you are waiting for comes on tomorrow's boat too." "Thank you very much," he replies. "I have an idea," she says. "You might get sick camping out. If you'd like, why not stay at my hotel? I'm sure we could arrange something for one extra person." Kaim senses that she is not suggesting this out of mere politeness, which is precisely why he demurs, with a smile and a nod. "Thanks just the same," he says, "but don't worry about me. Just take the rest you deserve after all your long years of hard work." "If you say so." She seems somewhat disappointed, but does not press him to accept. As he watches her trudge off toward her hotel, alone, all but hidden from view by her huge bundles, Kaim wonders if, perhaps, she was hoping that his company might ease her concern that her son might not show up after all. Even so, he decides not to chase after her and retract his refusal. He is the wrong man to spend time with a mother whose only dream is to have a happy old age. Most likely, when tomorrow's boat arrives, she will finally be reunited with the son she has longed to see after all these years. The person that Kaim is waiting for will almost certainly cross over to the island tomorrow. The mother will undoubtedly shed great tears with her when her reunion takes place. Kaim, on the other hand, has a bloody job to perform when he encounters the man he's waiting for. Kaim has been hunting him. The man is a fugitive, and there is a reward on his head. He is known as the boss of an underworld gang in the capital, and he has committed crimes without number: robbery, fraud, extortion, assault, and even murder. And to cap his life of crime, he double-crossed his own gang and ran off with a great deal of money. Word reached the gang only a few days ago that the man is headed for this island, the place of his birth, and they hired Kaim to take care of him. The fact that they hired Kaim means they are ready to have him killed on sight. Kaim and the mother meet at the dock again the next day at the same time, and again the next day, and the next, and the day after that. The ones they are waiting for never come. A week goes by. The mother switches accommodations from her expensive hotel to a cheap inn frequently by traveling paddlers. Actually, I'm more comfortable in a cheap place like this, she tells Kaim with a laugh. But more than likely her money would have run out in the first hotel. Your person is very late too, she observes. True. Who is it? He sidesteps the issue with a strained smile. He cannot answer her question if he is going to carry out his duty. And besides, he feels a tiny premonition deep inside. The mother stops questioning him and says, I hope your person comes soon. Another 3 days goes by. A messenger from the gang disguised as a peddler whispers to Kaim as he steps off the ferry. We think he's still hiding in the capital. We're looking in every red hole we can find, but there's no sign of him. Kaim nods slowly and glances at the boat. Even after the last passenger alights, the mother stands on the pier, looking up at the boat's empty deck. Let me ask you, young man, the mother says to Kaim 3 days later. Does the place where you're camping out have a roof to keep the dew off? Kaim has been sleeping in a dilapidated old house he found near the harbor. All I need is a place to sleep. Would you mind if I joined you there? What's that? The place I'm staying now is done much better than a ruin. I'm sure I'd be fine wherever you're staying. Yes, I'm sure I'd be fine. She smiles like a child who has found a new source of mischief. Kaim does not refuse her. More precisely, he cannot refuse her. She has probably run out of money even to stay in her current flop house. Kaim has noticed her cheap rings gradually disappearing from her bony fingers. As they pass the night in the abandoned building, the moon their only source of light, the mother, without prompting from Kaim, spills out her memories of her son. They were by no means pleasant memories. Known as a roughneck, even from his earliest years, the boy was hated by all the neighbors and cost his parents a good deal of shame. They would steal our money, stay out all night partying, and before we knew it, it was the #1 thug on the island. He was always getting into fights and bothering girls. During the island's annual festival, he would go wild and destroy property, so my husband and I would have to go around apologizing to everyone. The father, a skilled stonemason, lost his job when the son stole valuables from the boss's house. The mother could hardly walk down the street without being subjected to the glares and finger-pointing of the neighbors. Things got especially bad after his son set fire to the island assembly hall just for fun. His parents raised him badly. The boy's misbehavior is the parents' responsibility. The son has become such a thug because his mother spoiled him rotten. It's the parents' fault, the father's fault, the mother's fault, your fault. They had heard it all. It was so hard for us on a little island like this. There was no place we could hide. The boy was 18 when he finally ran away from home, or rather, left the island when his parents all but disowned him. The other islanders rejoiced, as if a little plague has lifted. One man went so far as to deliberately let the parents overhear him declaring, "I hope that bastard goes to the capital and dies in the gutter." The boy's father died 5 years ago. To the very end, he would not forgive his son, and in his final delirium, he was still apologizing to the islanders. But still, to a mother, any son is the baby she once carried. I've never heard a word from him, but I went on praying that he would stay healthy in the capital, that he wouldn't catch whatever epidemic was going around, they wouldn't get into fights, but That's just me, I guess. She gives Kaim a bitter smile. Or maybe it's just me being a mother, she adds. You have parents too, I suppose? Of course you do. Everyone has parents. True. Are your mother and father alive and well? Kaim bows his head in silence. On a journey with no clear beginning and no definable end, Kaim is unable to answer a question like this. Instead, he asks the woman, "What is the first thing you'll say when you finally get to meet your son?" Good question, says the mother. After thinking it over a few minutes, she replies, "I won't actually say anything. I think I'll just hug him and say nothing at all. I'll hold him tight and let him know how glad I am that he's alive and well." Just supposing, though, Kaim presses her gently. If he knew that he had lived a less than exemplary life in the capital too, would you still give him a hug? Her response is instantaneous. First I'd hug him, then I'd give him a good talking to. She smiles shyly at Kaim and adds, "That's what being a parent is all about." The next morning, she runs a high fever. She may have survived a dew, but a night in a dilapidated building has taken a toll on the old woman's health. Even so, when it is time for the ferry to arrive, she struggles to her feet and heads toward the pier. With uncertain steps, alarmed, Kaim holds her back. "You're no shape to be going out," he says. Despite his attempts to bring down her fever with cool spring water from the forest, it is as high as ever. Her labored breathing has taken on a congested rumbling. "I have to go," she insists. My son is coming for me. I'm going to see him." She sweeps away Kaim's restraining hand, but the effort causes her to lose her balance and sink to her knees. "If he's on board, I'll bring him here," Kaim assures her. "Tell me how I can recognize him." Cradled in Kaim's arms, half delirious with fever, the old woman mothers. On his left cheek, before he left the island, he got in a fight. Somebody cut him. He has a scar. Kaim nods and lowers the old woman to a straw mat spread on the ground. He fights back a sigh and closes his eyes momentarily. Then he stares hard through a small window at the ferry dock. His suspicions were right after all, though he was sure of it last night. Kaim was giving a written description of the man when he took on the assignment for the gang. There could be no doubt. Scar on left cheek. The ferry is approaching the harbor. The pier is showing signs of activity. Kaim starts for the door. Behind him, he hears the woman saying, "Please, don't kill him. Don't kill my boy." Kaim stops short, but instead of turning around, he bites his lip. "I don't know what he did in the capital, but don't kill him, please." And so she knows too. She knows everything. If you have to kill him, if you absolutely have to, please, before you do it, let me just... Kaim leaves the room in silence. His steps are uncertain as he makes his way in the blinding glare of the afternoon sun. This time, the man is there, trying to lose himself among traveling paddlers. The man with the price on his head and a scar on his left cheek steps down to the pier. He is far more emaciated than Kaim's written description would have led him to believe. No doubt he is exhausted from his years as a fugitive, but still, he has fulfilled his promise to his mother by coming back to the island of his birth. His eyes dart fearfully over the pier. His expression changes from a man searching for someone to the panicked look of a child who has become separated from his parent. Kaim slowly plants himself in front of him. The man knows nothing of Kaim's mission, of course, and has never met him before. But he has the instincts of an inhabitant of the back alleys. His face freezes, and he turns to flee. Kaim grabs him by the shoulder, but lightly, in a way that would make an onlooker think he was witnessing a joyful reunion of old friends. The man tries to shake off the hand, to no avail. It would be easy enough for Kaim to kill him on the spot. His eyes show that he has no strength left to fight. Time is far more experienced than a man does at surviving potentially fatal encounters. The man knows this. You're going to kill me. Get it over with, he snarls. But if you got a trace of kindness in you, to give me one last chance to do something good for my mother. Won't take long. Just let me see her once. Then you could do whatever you like to me. Time lets his hand drop from the man's shoulder. He's not going to run away. And so I didn't make it after all, he says with a forced smile. His face tells Kaim that he has probably resigned himself to this fate. It suggests too an air of relief at having finally brought his life as a fugitive to an end. How many men have you killed? He asked Kaim. I don't have to answer that. I don't really want you to tell me. It's just as well, looking at you, I'd say I'm older than you are. And there are some things a person comes to realize when he's lived a long time. Think about the guys you've killed. Every single one of them had parents. Killing a person means killing somebody's child, right? But that finally dawned on me I left the gang. Gangs pay no retirement bonuses, so I sort of borrowed a little money from them. I thought I'd use it to, well, give my mother a hard time all these years. His voice grows thick and muffled. He shakes off the emotion and proclaims with a laugh, Ah, what the hell? That's a lot of sentimental nonsense. I don't know how many guys I've killed over the years, so I figure I'm getting what I deserve. I can't hate you for what you're doing. A shout comes from the ferry deck. We'll be departing shortly. All passengers bound for the capital should be boarding now. Kaim looks hard at the man and says, Just tell me one thing. Ben says nothing in reply, but Kaim continues. What's the first thing you're going to do when you see your mother? Huh? What are you talking about? Never mind, just answer the question. I'll say I'm back. No. I won't say anything. I'll just take her in my arms, that's all. Give her a big hug? Sure. That's what parents and children are all about. Kaim relaxes, the grim expression on his face, and jerks his chin toward the forest beyond the pier. There's an old broken down house in the woods. Your mother's waiting for you there. Go to her. What are you talking about? Don't ever come back to the capital, and don't stay on this island. Take another ferry and go far away to some other island with your mother. The man looks stunned. I mean... His voice is trembling. Kaim says nothing more. He leaves the man behind with a stride toward the boat before it can depart. Mission accomplished. Kaim does not care if in return for his deed, he is labeled a traitor to be pursued by the gang. The image of his own parents, praying for the son's welfare, has long since faded from his memory. Pulling out? Please hurry! Come the cries of the ferry's crew. A big gong is ringing. Startled by the sounds reverberating between the vast stretch of ocean and the open sky, brightly colored birds dart up from the forest. Large birds and small birds, parents and their young. The larger birds seem almost to be shielding the smaller ones beneath their slowly beating, outstretched wings. From the second Kaim mentioned that he was waiting for someone and the sort of assassination thing came forward, I was like, oh no, it's the same person. That can't be good. What do we have now, though? Oh, Queen's Loneliness is the last one. Here comes another one. The only downside to reading these stories out loud is that they're often, after like 2 or 3, your voice really starts to cave. At least in my case. But the writing of these stories is so good. Like admittedly, there hasn't been anything we've found so far that kind of comes close to some of the earlier stories that we've been going through. Like, the emotional impact isn't as strong. Like, we had a few that genuinely were difficult to read. But the more, human time becomes, I guess, the more in touch with his humanity he becomes, the more wholesome the stories become as well. Like, you see that he's not as bad of a person, so with the initial wave is usually like the negative that comes back, then the positive. I'm kind of hoping that the trend keeps up. It's actually really nice. Let's see. They're wildfiring these, by the way. Portraitist of the dead. She always has mourning clothes with her. That way she can begin a portrait as soon as a request comes in. And so it is today. Having slipped into her morning dress in the shed on the pier, she boards the downstream ferry. Her hands are full. One holds the case with the painting tools and the other the garment bag for her morning dress. She has heard that a rich man lies dying in a town 20 kilometers downstream. Her name is Rosa. It's a race against time, she says with a grim smile. You have to start as soon as possible before the face changes. Changes how? Time asks. It's hard to say. There's a deepening strain on Rosa's smile. But I know it when I see it. When a person has gone from this side to the other side. Once they've gone over, I can't paint them. At least not in a way that will please the family. It just can't be done. Rosa is a professional portraitist of the dead. The custom of preserving death masks is now widely practiced in this area. Families too poor to hire an artist sculpt the face of the newly deceased with dye and preserve the loved one's deathbed expression on a cloth pressed against the dyed face. Some families make a death mask with plaster. Only the wealthiest families can afford to hire a professional like Rosa, so that lurking in the background of an individual's death, there can be a variety of disputes. I've heard families quarreling over the inheritance behind my back, even as I sit there sketching the dead person. One widow presented my portrait of her husband to the court to prove that he had been poisoned. Another time, some loan sharks waited until the moment the man died and charged right into the house. One husband tried to spit in his wife's face as soon as she gave up the ghost. Apparently, she had been unfaithful to him for years. Rosa tells her stories with utter detachment. She reveals no emotion at all. This, she says, is indispensable to becoming an outstanding portraitist of the dead. You have to open your sketchbook and get your brushes going with bereaved family members right there, overcome with grief. There's no way you can produce a good portrait if you become emotional or allow yourself to be swept up in the emotions of the other people in the house. Gaim responds with a silent nod. His only connection with the woman is to have boarded the same boat and sat at the same table in the cafe on deck. Only a few minutes have passed since she started volunteering her stories, but that is all it has taken for Gaim to perceive the hint of nihilism lurking behind her beautiful features. The more respectable artists despise painters like me. Why is that? Well, half of them accuse us of making our living from people's deaths. The other half look down on us for not being moved by what we do. I see their point. I mean, the emotions are what give rise to all arts, whether it's painting, sculpture, music, or literature. We don't have emotions like that. We're nothing but craftsmen. Rosa speaks without a hint of either self-mockery or pride. Her tone suggests that she is merely stating the obvious in an obvious way. Kyle takes a sip of his rye whiskey, and Rosa drinks from a rose-petal tea. The boat makes its leisurely way downstream. The season is spring. The river is high with snowmelt, and white water birds have settled on its surface. Strange, Rosa says with a giggle. When I first saw you, I thought you and I must be members of the same profession, which is why I took the initiative to speak to you. Time gives her a strange smile. He knows nothing about painting, and he is fairly certain there's nothing about his appearance that would cause him to be mistaken for an artist. It well could be, however, that in the profile of this man drinking whiskey alone in the afternoon, Rosa has recognized the hue of a nihilism like her own. Or then again, she might have perceived the shadow of the other side, clinging fast to Kaim's side. Until a few days ago, Kaim was on a battlefield. There, he witnessed the killing of many enemies and many allies. But he was unmoved by any of it. Such youthfulness had long since vanished from him. Though outwardly unchanged, Kaim has lived through several centuries. Rosa says that she is in her mid-30s, and in her 10th year, since becoming a portraitist of the dead, which apparently puts her near the beginning of her career. If you wouldn't mind, she adds, I have a few more things I'd like to discuss with you. But Kaim nods silently in compliance. Rosa thanks him and gives him her first heartfelt smile of the day. Portraitists of the dead are never present while the subject is dying. The very fact that such a professional has been called means that the person's death is imminent. And so theirs is seen as a presence of ill omen and even a defilement. A family member or friend who has been at the bedside dares to broach the subject quietly in another room. Would you think it may be time to call a painter? The answer, whether too soon for that or I think you may be right, is delivered in guarded tones. Introduced to the family by the church, the portraitist never enters the house by the front door. Rather, he or she goes around the back and is shown to a room where the sun cannot penetrate. There, the painter changes into mourning clothes and waits for the announcement of the death. Eventually, a quiet knock on the door is followed by a summons to appear, and the painter dressed in mourning sets to work. Not all deaths occur at the end of long lifetimes, of course. All too often, the painter must depict a face of one who has died young of illness or accident. The face that emerges in the artist's sketchbook radiates the delicate vivacity of one who has just crossed the border dividing life from death. One who has only moments before transited from this world to the other. The work presented to the family is an oil painting done from the sketch, but Rosa believes the sketch itself is a far more authentic portrait of the dead. There's nothing quite like the atmosphere in a room where someone has just died. How to put it? It's as though the flow of time has stopped, or time itself had melted into the very air. The sobbing and the wailing sounds as if they might last forever. The only moment of time in all of this being the way the face of the dead person emerges little by little onto the blank white page of the sketchbook. She hands him her thick sketch pad. See? She says, showing him countless faces of the dead. This is 2 years' worth. Many of the faces are peaceful, but others are full of agony, and all without exception possess a mysterious presence. They differ unmistakably from faces in sleep. Neither, however, do they look dead. and they seem as if they might open their eyes at any moment or just easily crumble into ash. They hover, men and women alike, on the very brink of death. After the body has cooled, it's too late. It's also too late if family has begun making its preparations for the funeral. The game is won or lost in those very few minutes following the death itself. All we can do is start sketching as efficiently and expeditiously as possible. With a painful smile, Rosa adds, "In the eyes of the family, though, that makes me a cold-hearted woman." Titan turns the pages of her sketchbook, saying nothing. They would like to tell her that it is the same on the battlefield. There, no one has time to mourn the dead of a soldier. If you're busy shedding tears instead of doing the next thing you have to do, you end up being one of those forced to travel to the other world. The final sketch in the book is unfinished. The face of a young girl. The general outlines of the hair and face are sketched in, nothing more. Time looks questioningly at Rosa. "My daughter," she says softly. "But why?" A portrait painter of the dead reaches full maturity in the profession when she is able to paint a member of her own family. Which only makes sense. I mean, how self-serving is it if you can be coldly objective toward the death of a stranger, but not toward a member of your own family? Her daughter died 2 years ago. The girl's 3 short years of life brought to a sudden end by a bad flu that was making the rounds. I was holding her hands almost until the moment she died, Rosa says. I was in tears, calling her name and pleading with her to come back to me, not to die. After the daughters looked at her, with a shake of his drooping head, though, Rosa released her daughter's hand, and opened her sketchbook. Wiping her tears, she picked up her pencil and tried to sketch her daughter's face. But I couldn't do it. The tears came pouring out of me no matter how much I wiped them. I simply couldn't work. Time turns his gaze on the unfinished sketch again. And some areas of the white paper were wavy, perhaps where Rosa's tears had fallen. "I guess I'm not qualified to be a portraitist of the dead," she says with a smile, glancing down the river. "But still, if I had to choose one work of art to leave behind, this would be it." The boat gives a blast on its steam horn. Frightened, the birds on the river leap into the air in a great mass. Time closes the sketchbook and returns it to Rosa. He considers complimenting her on the excellence of her drawings, but chooses silence instead. Such praise, he feels, could be a sign of disrespect for her work, for Rosa herself, and for her dead daughter. "I didn't mean to bend your ear like this," she says. "Sorry." She stands and peers at Kaim once again. "Really though, you look like a member of my profession." Kaim gives her a strained smile and shakes his head. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that," she responds with a strained smile of her own. "You probably won't like my saying this either, but please call me if you ever need a portraitist of the dead." "I won't need one," Kaim says. "I have no family." "No family? Well then, when your time comes..." With a little chuckle, Rosa leaves. Her right hand grasps the case with her painting supplies, the left the garment bag with mourning clothes. Unfortunately, Kaim will never need her services. He will cannot, go to the other world just yet. On the long, long road of his life, how many deaths must he encounter? The steam horn blasts again. The boat gradually lowers its speed and edges towards the riverbank. The landing draws closer. When he leaves the boat, his journey will begin again. It will be a long journey. The next battlefield lies far beyond the mountains that tower in the distance. That's kind of harsh though, having to sort of distance yourself from a relative's death in favor of your craft. Oh wait, his store has opened over there? How do I get there? Why would you ever... Oh, hello. I love that it's still not as strong as what Tolton has. Also, I've been withholding a sneeze for a very long time now, and it's really starting to bother me. The freaking worst. Wait, is Ming with us? No, Ming is not with us, but this might give me an opportunity to use the end real quick, because I just realized that our health hasn't recovered since the last fight. So I do need that health drastically. Oh, interesting. Does that mean that I can grab this as well? See it as well? Nice. This is a bedtime story reading stream now. Maybe one day we'll do like a full 1,000 Years of Dreams stream. Could be fun. Oh man, my allergies are acting up so badly. Oh wait, we missed this the last time. Oh, it's slowly filling in. Nice. Probably not as fun as you think. Probably not for my voice, no, but I'd probably do it in like winter time. Like cozy bedtime reading or something like that. Alright, dudes, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm starting to feel pretty bad. So I'm gonna find a save point and call it a day. Hey, you can't just take that. Hey, come back here. Haha, make me. It gets me every time. I'm gonna teach him a lesson one of these days. It's like every 2 steps. Holy shit. We'll read this one. Lottery of Life. I'm gonna note that down. and we'll read that one on the next stream. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it for today, guys. I'm not feeling super well. So I'm gonna find somebody to host up. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. It's been a wild stream though. The amount of bosses that we've killed in such a short amount of time is staggering. They just kept throwing them at us. Really cool though. I didn't really like the idea of going into that fight with the Arthrosaurus right after the fight on top of the ruins, but at the same time, like, I'm really happy that we got through it relatively unscathed. Like, I'm just really grateful that I stocked up for that part. Hey Joey, you caught me just as I'm about to end. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying this game. It's phenomenal, and thank you again, Gypsy, for lending me your Xbox so we could actually finish this run. Yeah, my allergies are acting up really bad, Joey. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take it easy for today. That said, though, I won't be back until Saturday. Again, like, scheduling conflicts with IRL stuff have been getting in the way a lot recently because it's just really crowded, and scheduling in things like driving lessons and such is a give and take situation. But yeah, I'm gonna lie down for a bit. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll try to do some work on a video or something like that, feel a little bit more productive. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, considering that follow button. Big shout outs to Rosetta. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. And thank you for everybody for hanging out. Really appreciate it. We also have a Discord where you can find me after the streams, and as well as if you're looking for people to hunt with on Monster Hunter Rise, there is a pretty substantial crew there. And if you just want to hear a little bit more of my rambling, I also have a YouTube channel where I post videos as well that are completely separate content from what I do on Twitch. The latest video is always in the description down below, so do give that a look. And with that, I'm going to wish you guys all a very pleasant Wednesday, and I'll see you all on Saturday. Thank you so much for hanging out. Stay beautiful, dudes. Keep on gaming. I'll see you all next time. Till then, bye-bye.